Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a Friday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches, changes, and conditions coming up in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all. And welcome to day number 65 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Friday of live racing set to get underway in 33 minutes. Take a look at those track conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. The turf rail out at 22 feet today. Sunny conditions. It's a beautiful afternoon for racing. Winds out of the northeast at 10 miles per hour. It's a bit of a headwind up the back stretch and a tailwind down the home stretch, but a little bit of a crosswind as well. Temperatures right now, a very nice 69 degrees. Expected to get up into the mid-70s as we go throughout the afternoon. It's a perfect Friday afternoon weather-wise and condition-wise here at Tampa Bay Downs. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting at today's first race, start of the early pick 5. There's no changes in the first. No changes, race 1. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. A couple of jockey overweights. Number 2, Raging Fury, is 2 pounds overweight, plus 2 on the 2. And number 3, Mr. Penny Pincher, is 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 3. Today's second race starts the early pick 4. Race 3, the Fortitude Purse. Jockey change on the 5, Farrell's Joy. Make the rider Cesar Gonzalez. Cesar Gonzalez rides the number 5, Farrell's Joy, in today's third. Race 4, a couple of scratches. Scratch number 4, Pola of Trouble. Number 4, Pola of Trouble, is scratched. Also scratch number 7, Trumpetta. Number 7, Trumpetta, is out. 4 and 7 scratched out of the fourth. Today's fifth race starts the late pick 5. Scratch number 4, No Mo Cookies. Number 4, No Mo Cookies, is out. Scratch the 4. And a jockey overweight, number 6, 3 times, is plus 1 pound. Plus 1 on the number 6 3 times in today's fifth race. Race 6 starts the late pick 4, an $8,000 claimer at a mile and a 16th. Number 6, Tigre, is plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the number 6, Tigre, in today's sixth race. Number 7, Vino Coraggio, jockey change to Gadiel Martinez. Gadiel Martinez rides the 7. That horse corrected weight now 118 pounds. Waive the apprentice allowance. Number 8, Lake Chapala, is plus 2 pounds. Plus 2 on the number 8, Lake Chapala, in today's sixth race. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. Race 7, the late pick 3 on the turf course. Scratch number 4, Whiskey Whim. Number 4, Whiskey Whim, is scratched. Scratch the 4. Scratch number 5, A Rose for Skylar. Number 5, A Rose for Skylar, is scratched. Number 6, Miami Styles, 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 6. And scratch numbers 13 and 14. 13, Miss Winnie, 14, My Gemstone, are both scratched. So the scratches in race 7, scratch 4, 5, 13, 14. The 11 and 12 both draw in off the also eligible list. Eighth race on the card, number 3, Painter's Prodigies, 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 3. And number 4, Brace My Uncle, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 4. Those are incorrect on the tote board or on the changes list there. They're both listed as scratch 3 and 4. They are not scratched. The only scratch in race 8 is number 7. Race 8, number 7 is scratched. Number 3 is +1, and number 4 is +1. We do apologize for that incorrect information. And race 9 is clear. No changes in today's ninth and final. No changes, race 9. Those scratches and changes will be scrolling along your television monitors throughout the remainder of the afternoon. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in about 10 or 12 minutes. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 9 of today's races. The early pick 5, the opener, they're 29 minutes away. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, good Friday, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. We have got 9 races on today's card. Race 1 kicks off that early pick 5, and it is for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which will start for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in 2025, 2026, or an optional claiming price of $12,500. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 5, Ariana Valentina. She's making a first off the claim for Collins. She's won her last 2 starts, both at the mile 40 distance. She overcame a less than ideal start from the rail on February 18th to sit about a length and a half off the pace before kicking on for the win in a 10 claimer, and then dropped in for 8. She crashed by 10 and a half lengths here on March 4th. Different barn now, bump up in class, but she wouldn't make this condition without the tag, if not running in that 8 claimer. So would think that she's every bit as legit here, and you do have Batista staying aboard. The number 3, Castagna, she looks like the one to beat, of course. Looks like she could be lone speed in here. She's won her last 2 at the level, and unless she just doesn't break sharply, you would think she has the pace advantage. But still, we'll see if we can beat her on top. Going to complete the top 3, the number 4, that is Sweet Nola, who's in for Juan Arriagada. She got bumped out of the blocks last out, had some ground loss. It was in the February 18th optional 12 starter 8. She was 2 lengths beaten by Castagna in the end, and just a head back of 3-run Bolt missing the show dough. Sweet Nola had run second to Castagna at the start before that. She's proven her mettle over this track plenty. She's been in the money here in half her starts. Went on a 3-race win streak last meet that included an optional 12 starter 8 and an optional 16. So I'm going to go 5, 3, 4 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses on the track post printing for today's first race, a $12,500 starter optional claiming event. For fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up, they'll be at 1.40 miles over that fast main track. Field of 6 set to go here in the opener. No scratches or jockey changes in race 1. The first race offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start the pick 3s rolling, and we start the early pick 5. That pool at 26,000 plus. You still got 7 minutes to get involved. 7 minutes to post time. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's first race field, the early pick 5 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first, ready to kick off day 65 of the season. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon for racing here in Tampa. Field 6 in the opener at a mile and 40 yards. Your 8-5 co-favorites, numbers 4 and 5. 5-2 on the 3, Castagna. As 3-run Bolt gets set to move in. Castagna coming up. Sweet Nola to gate 4. The final couple going to be Ariana Valentina and Too Hot to Stop. We'll be all set for a start here. Today's opener. Fast main track, firm turf course, sunny Florida skies, and 9 great races this afternoon. We wish the best of luck to all the horse players playing Tampa Bay Downs across the country, and of course right here in Florida. They're in the gate. Utopia Rose acting up in gate 1 there. Settles down. And the race is on. Castagna asked for speed in the blue colors, goes right to the front. Sweet Nola also trying to engage early on, and those two are 1-2 as they run to that far turn. Down at the inside, 3-run Bolt was away in third. Too Hot to Stop's fourth on the outside. It's a break of 2 more, then back to Utopia Rose. Ariana Valentina is the early trailer as they work through that first turn. Sweet Nola and Castagna, they both wanted the lead. They're battling here. Castagna's narrowly in front of Sweet Nola on the outside, so the two favorites hooking up right from the opening bell. They're a length and a half in front of Too Hot to Stop. Down to the inside, 3-run Bolt's on hold from fourth, and it's 2 more back to the pair of Ariana Valentina and Utopia Rose. 23.52 seconds. It's been an honest tempo thus far as down on the inside, Castagna and Israel Rodriguez narrowly in front of Sweet Nola and Sammy Camacho in second. Length and and a half more back to the pair of two hot to stop, 3-run Bolt, another two back to another pair, Utopia Rose and Ariana Valentina. They race in three pairs as they run to the far turn. 47.38 seconds. Castagna, Sweet Nola. Here's two hot to stop. Those top two been going hard at it. The length and a half more back to Ariana Valentina, who's winding it up with 3-run Bolt. Utopia Rose is the trailer. Castagna, two hot to stop with it ahead. Ariana Valentina cruising up 3 wide. The gray is only a length off the top two. Just in behind them, 3-run Bolt. Sweet Nola's back to 5th as they come around to the top of the lane. Castagna had to do all that heavy lifting, is still the leader. Castagna in front by 2. 3-run Bolt cuts the corner nicely up into the second spot with Ariana Valentina down the outside. Castagna's responding. Castagna to the 16th pole. 4 lengths ahead now. 3-run Bolt and Ariana Valentina. Castagna won the battle and the war. Israel Rodriguez and Castagna, your 8-5 second choice. They won it by 5.5 or 6 in the end. 3-run Bolt was second. Third, Ariana Valentina. Fourth, Sweet Nola. Three, two, 5, 4, and 6. Your final time of 140.38 seconds. Results are official. 540 on the win for Castagna. Castagna, your official first race winner, a 5-year-old chestnut mare. By the Kentucky Derby winner, I'll have another. Out of Family Girl was bred in California by Miguel and Cristina Jimenez. AOM Racing Stables, the winning owners. Alejandro Mineta, the winning trainer. Israel Rodriguez, aboard for the winning ride. Castagna, front-running fashion, winner of today's first. The exact $11.60. Trifecta $20.90. Dime Super $7.13. Today's second race is coming up next in 22 minutes. A couple of jockey overweights. Number 2 is +2. Number 3 is +1. Field of 6 for this allowance optional claiming event at 6 furlongs. We'll start the early pick 4 coming up in 22 minutes.
Race 2 kicks off today's early pick fours for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Raging Fury. Well, this one's in for Nolan Ramsey. Ran second here last out at the level, beaten 3 1/4 lengths by the Brad Cox trained Flood Zone. Flood Zone, for those who don't remember, put up a 98 Beyer figure, winning the Grade 3 Gotham last March, and had been running strictly against Stakes Company until making that first start here at Tampa. So not only was Raging Fury and tough, he also had a bad start from the gate where he legit stumbled. Meanwhile, the pace was zesty over the good going. He lost a lot of ground swinging out wide. Race was at 7 furlongs, so he had some time to try to roll up, and he did get second. Raging Fury was in that start off a well-beaten last place finish at Gulfstream, but that was to Damon's Mound in the Florida-bred Sunshine Sprint, where he was also running without Lasix. This boy has obviously been in tough. You see, he beat Nishumi back in September, and we saw that boy come to Tampa on Davis weekend and win the optional 32, that Roar of the Beast, and Kieran ran second and third in, respectively. Roar of the Beast is in post 5 today. He is trained by Sappy Joseph. He was in that race making a first start since a try in the Tropical Park Derby on turf, where it didn't go so well. Got the lead, but folded going to 8.5 furlongs on grass there at Gulfstream. He'd been running gamely against 70 handicap company on the dirt before that, mostly going the one-turn dirt mile there. So he's got some seasoning as well, and I could see another game performance this afternoon. He was only beaten a length and a quarter last out, and just ahead better of Kieran, who is in post 1 today for Jose D'Angelo. Kieran, he was making a first off the layoff when he made that start. He hadn't been in action since a double-digit length defeat in an optional 88 at Keeneland going 7 furlongs. That is a race which produced 3 next out winners, all of whom put up figures in the 90s. The winner himself, tap into this, won the Coach Stakes 2 starts later, earning a 96 Beyer figure. So yeah, he was in tough. And Kieran, he'd won an optional 25 N1X going 6 furlongs to start prior to that by 5.5 lengths. So this is a horse who certainly deserves respect, especially now making a second start off the bench. You got Camacho aboard again as well. Gonna go 2-5-1 in race 2, which kicks off the early pick 4.
The horses onto the track post sprinting for today's second race. Start of the early pick four. A $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Field of 6 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes. Couple of overweights. Number 2, Raging Fury, is 2 pounds over. And number 3, Mr. Penny Pitcher, plus 1 pound. Race 2 offers daily double exacta trifecta and superfecta wagering. We have a pick 3. We start the early pick 4. Post time for the second, 6 minutes. Five minutes. Fans, don't forget, if you're joining us on track, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs logo merchandise, gifts, apparel, and more. The Tampa Bay Downs gift shop on the first floor. 2 minutes to post time. Today's second race. We'll start that early pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's second race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second start of the early pick 4. Field of 6 here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite right now. 2-1 co-choices, numbers 1 and 4. 5-2 on the number 5, Roar of the Beast. Those are your top 3 in the wagering here as we start the early pick 4. Kieran, the first to move in. Sammy Camacho for Jose D'Angelo. Here's Raging Fury, Cipriano Gill on board, coming up to gate 2, right now at 5-1. Mr. Penny Pincher goes up. Gianluca Be Lucky to gate 4. The final 2 going to be Roar of the Beast, and Big Louie will be all set for a start. Big Louie, Gabriel Maldonado to the outside. Big Lou goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Roar of the Beast in the red colors gets the first call, driving through Mr. Penny Pincher to challenge that one. Those are the top 2 as they go through that first 16th of a mile. Down to the inside is Kieran it a bit tight. Gianluca Be Lucky between runners. And then it's a length and a half more to Big Louie. The early trailers, Raging Fury, as they go up the back stretch. Mr. Penny Pincher on the inside of Roar of the Beast. Those 2 squaring off by the half-mile pole. They're a length in front of Gianluca Be Lucky in the green and white, who's up to a clear third. 22.15 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Mr. Penny Pincher, Roar of the Beast, and Gianluca Be Lucky joining them out 3 deep. Length and a half more back to Kieran, who's pushed along in the orange colors 4th. After that comes Big Louie. Raging Fury is last, just 5 lengths front to back as they wind around to the quarter pole. Gianluca Be Lucky with a 3-wide bid up to Poconos in front. Roar of the Beast battles on in the red colors. Down to the inside, Mr. Penny Pincher's not done with. 3 more back to Kieran. Down the outside, Big Louie. Coming to the 16th pole, they're 3 abreast. Mr. Penny Pincher on the inside, between them Roar of the Beast. Gianluca Be Lucky on the outside, trying to join them. Raging Fury's gobbling up ground on the outside. Here comes Raging Fury. Raging Fury from last to first to win it. Well timed there by Cipriano Gill. Photo for second, Roar of the Beast or Mr. Penny Pincher. Two and a photo for the minor placings. Please hold all tickets. Results are official. $9.40 for a $2 win ticket on Raging Fury. Raging Fury, a last to first winner here. 5-year-old bay gelding Miami's Flatter out of Bridlewise was bred in Florida by Diana Flores and Jorge Diaz. Al Bianchi Racing LLC and Nolan Ramsey are the winning owners. Nolan Ramsey is the winning trainer. And Cipriano Gill aboard for the winning ride as Raging Fury closes from off the pace to win today's second race. Here's Raging Fury, your second race winner. Final time there, 109.50 seconds. Strong time for the 6 furlongs. Prices on the board, the exacta $23.30, trifecta $36.20, a dime super $19.57. Early double $16.10. Today's third race, Fortitude Purse, coming up in 22 minutes at 1:35 p.m. Today's third. Jockey change on the 5, Farrell's Joy. Make the rider Cesar Gonzalez. Cesar Gonzalez rides the 5. Race number 3. Start of another pick 4 in 22 minutes.
Race 3, it's going to start our next pick 4 with a 16 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have number 1 3 races. They'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. I think the number 1 Searcy is interesting. He's making a first start for Fisher today after 2 outings at Oaklawn Park. He was well beaten in both, but that stated, the first one he made there that meet was almost after a year-long layoff, and he was drawn wide, showed some initial speed, then folded. It was a 40 and 3L. So then next out, they dropped in half for 20. He had the rail, got out there as part of the pace, but heading for the turn, he got swallowed up between horses. He got in tight. He steadied back. I like that he tried to still persevere on after that, even if he was beaten 11 lengths in fourth there in the end. The runner-up of that race was Cool Cowboy. That's a multiple stakes place runner. He was beaten 5.5 lengths in the February 28th start. Next, he got the Shoto in a 30 and 3L, and he put up a 74 buyer figure. So I do think that this boy has been in relatively tough. We'll see how he does here. The 4, Sebastian the First, is in for Jose Delgado. He finished 6th, beaten 10.5 lengths last out, but that was going 7 furlongs in a 25 and 3L. He had an inside trip start prior to that. He got beat just a half length after dueling up front with Take the Gold, going 6 furlongs at the 25 and 3L level. But while he did get over him, he could not hold off Troops, who next ran 5th in an optional 16 and 1X here, putting up a 72 buyer figure. I think this drop in for 16, it should be some welcome class relief for Sebastian. And then, yeah, the 7 I think could do well here off the claim from Michael Simone. He won an 8 and 2L on March 1st, going 6 furlongs, and after starting from the outside post, dueling. And he was dueled into submission the start prior, going 7 furlongs in a 25 and 3L over a track listed as good. The horse who put him away was King Gerald. King Gerald still finished 8.5 lengths the better of Sebastian the First, who got the Shoto that afternoon. And King Gerald, he next won a 25 and 2L for Kathleen O'Connell because he was actually still eligible for that level, and he put up a 75 buyer figure scoring. Also, it's certainly worth noting that the second to last runner was the aforementioned Troops. And so, yeah, I think this boy can manage a 16 and 3L here on a fast track to be a player at least for a piece. So I'm going to go 1, 4, 7 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
The horses onto the track post spreading for today's third race, the Fortitude Purse. A $16,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. A field of 7 set to go. Jockey change on the number 5, Farrell's Joy. Make the rider Cesar Gonzalez. Cesar Gonzalez rides the 5. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We have a pick 4 and a super high 5 as well. Post time for the third and 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, the Fortitude Purse, coming up in just 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's third race, the Fortitude Purse. Field 7 here at 6 furlongs. Your post time favorite 6-5 on the number 4, Sebastian the First. 2-1 on the 7, Cyber Beast. As Battle Warrior gets set to move up to gate 2, right now 13-1. Here's God With Us. Martina Rojas for Alejandro Mendieta. Alejandro had a winner earlier today with Castagna. Here's Sebastian the First moving up. The final 3 going to be Farrell's Joy, Take the Gold, and Cyber Beast will be all set for his start today's third event. Take the Gold, Israel Rodriguez. Israel scored earlier on today. Here's Cyber Beast to the outside, Samuel Morin for Michael Simone. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Take the Gold out well. God With Us driving through toward the inside. Cyber Beast out wide is close up. And here's Battle Warrior joining the fray. And down along the inside, Circe. So a scramble here for the early lead as Battle Warrior emerges a neck in front of God With Us in the second spot. Down to the inside is Circe out wide. Comes Cyber Beast there, joint third. They're 2 clear of Take the Gold. Sebastian the First, the favorite's back second last. And the early trailer is Farrell's Joy is up front. God With Us and Battle Warrior continue to do battle. 22.56 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Battle Warrior on the inside, God With Us on the outside. Cyber Beast just a length and a half back in third. Sebastian the First now starting to march forward is fourth within 2.5 of the leaders. Take the Gold's pushed along from fifth. Tapping on the brakes there was Circe toward the back. Farrell's Joy has trailed throughout. As they come around to the top of the lane, Cyber Beast out 3 wide coming after these leaders. Following that move is Sebastian the First to the far outside. Down to the inside is God With Us along with Battle Warrior. Take the Gold's trying to rally from in behind with Farrell's Joy. Cyber Beast the leader at the 16th pole. Cyber Beast a length and a half in front of Sebastian the First. God With Us, Battle Warrior toward the inside. Cyber Beast keeps on finding Cyber Beast and Samuel Morin, a 2-length winner. Sebastian the First was second. They were 3 across the track for third, fourth, and fifth. It was between Battle Warrior, God With Us, and Take the Gold. 7, 4, 3, 2, and 6. 5 to 2, Cyber Beast, your winner. 110.35 the final time. Cyber Beast makes it 2 wins in a row. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Global Campaign out of Quotation was bred in Kentucky by Robert Randall, Rosendo Aguilar. AR Racing, the winning owners. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride. Cyber Beast up the ladder to win today's third. Race 3 official, $8.90 for that exacta. The trifecta $17.90. The dime super $19.13. Daily double $27.90. The pick 3 $36.45. The high five $445 even. Today's fourth race in 27 minutes at 2:09 p.m. Scratch 4 and 7. 4 and 7 are scratched. Field of 6 remain in. No super high five with the scratches, but we do start the ultimate 6. Post time for that one, 69,977 in the jackpot carryover. Post time in 27 minutes. Into the winner's circle, we want to welcome our featured group for the third race, Fortitude. Joining winning jockey Samuel Marin. Welcome to Fortitude, our featured group for today's third.
Race 4 is going to kick off the Ultimate Six, and it is with a 5-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have not won a race since September 20th. They'll be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. Don't love that she's going to have to draw over before the turn, but the number 8, Kiki Love, she looks to be lone speed here. Last out stretched to 2 turns for the first time in a minute, and from the outside post, she dueled on the lead and seized it, only to come up 3/4 of a length short in the end to That's My Cat, who is dropping in from running against 16-claimer company on turf. I think Kiki Love gets an easier time of it this afternoon up front and can take it all the way here. The number 3, Viking Queen. She's a talented horse. She just sometimes gets in her own way because she can be headstrong. She's run in the money over this course, though, in 8 of 13, and 3 of those on the board finishes were this meet, 2 of them in against 6250 company. And she did disappoint as the favorite last out. She finished 5th, beaten 5, but for whatever reason, she just didn't have it that day. She hadn't run in over a month, so that might have had something to do with it. We'll see if she can get a little redemption here today. And then the 5, Lady Dominance, making a second off the claim for Tim Shaw. And the first for the barn, she finished 4th. She was beaten 9 3/4 lengths, but she had the rail that afternoon without the type of speed to use it to her advantage. And it was an open 6250. She got in the show dough in a 5N2Y the start before that, and the winner there was One Violent Affair. She next ran 3rd to Classic Ballad and China Blue in another 6250. The runner-up, that was Charlie's Beauty. She next won a 6250 by 6 lengths and then a 10-claimer by 3 1/4. So very good company. I think getting back into a condition 5, and in this case a 5N1Y, Lady Dominance is a player. So I'm going to go 8-3-5 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
The horses on the track post-printing for today's fourth race, a $5,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and up, they'll beat a mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. To the Bank of OZK purse. Field of 6 set to go. Scratch numbers 4 and 7. Numbers 4 and 7 are scratched. Our race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a pick 3. We start the ultimate 6, $69,977 in the jackpot carryover. Already $14,000 in new money. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the jackpot. It starts here in today's fourth. Post time in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race of the Bank OZK Purse coming up in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race field, the Bank OZK Purse, coming up in just 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth, the Banco ZK Purse. Start of the Ultimate Six. Field 6 here at a mile and 40. Your post time favorite 4 to 5 on the outside. Kiki Love, Rocco Bowen riding for Tina Birdwell. Here she stops short, moving up. Once an Eagle goes in, here's Viking Queen. The final three going to be Lady Dominance, Ladies Chant, and Kiki Love will be all set for a start. Viking Queen still not quite in. She's just about forward. Here's Lady Dominance coming up. Ladies Chant, Jesus Castanon for Maria Bowersock to gate 6. And the final one, Kiki Love. Former Emerald Downs riding champion Rocco Bowen in town. Kiki Love goes in there in the gate. And the race is on. Lady Dominance in the center got away well. Kiki Love, Ladies Chant right there, and Viking Queen, those four stacking up on the front end as they run to that first turn. Way out wide, Kiki Love cutting the corner, Viking Queen, Ladies Chant between them. Lady Dominance broke sharp but settles down fourth. Then comes Once an Eagle's Viking Queen with a little bit of trouble there as Ladies Chant crossed over in front. And the early trailer, she stopped short as Kiki Love, the favorite, makes the lead with just over 6 furlongs to go. Kiki Love by 2 to Ladies Chant in second. It's a length more than back to Viking Queen. Another length and a half back to Once an Eagle after that Lady Dominance, and she stopped short as Kiki Love leading them here by 2.5 to Ladies Chant in that second position. In behind them, Viking Queen third, 24.52 the opening quarter mile as they have 4.5 furlongs remaining. Here's an early bid. Once an Eagle toward the inside is up to a joint third now. It's 2 more than back to Lady Dominance, and she stops short at the back. As Kiki Love continues on, 48.57 seconds, the opening half-mile time. To the far turn, Kiki Love has opened up a 3-length advantage. Once an Eagle, Ladies Chant, they're right together, second and third, as Once an Eagle moves through to Poconos into that second spot. 2 more then back to Lady Dominance, who moves inside of Viking Queen, and she stops short at the back. Kiki Love around to the quarter pole. The lead's 2.5 lengths. Once an Eagle trying to come after this favorite who's been there a long time. Kiki Love still in front as they turn to the top of the lane. Kiki Love cuts the corner 2 to the good. Once an Eagle trying to come after her on the outside, and Once an Eagle means business. Kiki Love in deep water. Lady Dominance dives down toward the inside. A final 16th to go. Once an Eagle just in front of Lady Dominance. Kiki Love, Once an Eagle, a 12-1 upsetter here. Once an Eagle and Marvin Fernandez. Marvin gets his first winner. Won it by 2. Lady Dominance, Kiki Love, and after that was Viking Queen. Two, 5, 8, 3, and 1. 2, 5, 8, 3, and 1. Once an Eagle, 12-1 winner. The first career win for apprentice Marvin Fernandez. Results are official, $26 on the win. Official winner here. Congratulations, jockey Marvin Fernandez. First career victory here. Does it at Tampa Bay Downs on a 12-1 shot, right at that 12-1 morning line. Once an Eagle, $26 winner. To the winner's circle, Once an Eagle, 5-year-old Grey Roan mare by Totalist out of Darien, was bred in New York by Waterville Lake Stables Limited. Luis Avila, the winning owner. Enrique Hernandez, the winning trainer. Marvin Fernandez, his first career victory. Congratulations, Marvin, on your first win. Price is on the board. The exacta $47.70, trifecta $84.70, dime super $22.33. Daily double $58.50. The pick three $180.30. Today's fifth race is coming up in 24 minutes. Race 5 starts the late pick 5. It's our first turf event of the afternoon. Turf course firm. They rail at 22 feet. Scratch number 4, No Mo Cookies. Number 4 is scratched. Field of 7 set to go. Post time for the 5th coming up in 24 minutes. Happy to welcome our featured group into the winner's circle. It's Bank OZK, our featured group for the 4th race. A warm welcome to Tampa Bay Downs. Did have a couple claims in that race, or actually one claim in the 4th, one in the 3rd to catch up on. In the 4th race, number 8, Kiki Love, was claimed in a 4-way shake. Goes to owner Jennifer Nobles, trainer Reynaldo Richards. And the 3rd race, number 6, Take the Gold, was claimed. Goes to owner trainer Anthony Ferraro. Race 5 coming up on the turf in 23 minutes. Here's the paddock celebration for the first career win, Marvin Fernandez. And back to Richie's replay.
Race 5 is going to kick off the late pick 5, and it's for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which is start for a claiming price of $25,000 or less in 2025, 2026, or an optional claiming price of $25,000. They'll be going a mile on the turf. My top pick has scratched out. No more cookies. No more in this race. But I'll just move on to a horse who's probably on everybody's radar, the number 5, Bonita Breeze. Hey, I mean, she has been very game here this meet. She's exiting that win over the 25 starter allowance field here on February 25th. And she's got a very potent closing kick. So my thought here is that we see Dynamic Actress, the 3 horse, and the number 6 horse 3 times, maybe go out front, maybe warm each other up a little bit, keep things honest. And we see Bonita Breeze come flying in for the win under Ferrer. That's basically what she did back on January 9th, even though she was drawn to the far outside, got the win there by a length over that 25 N3X field. You had No More Cookies there in second that afternoon. I know that Still Thinking of You beat Bonita Breeze the start prior to that, but Bonita, she was making just a first off the layoff. It wasn't a long time away, but still, you know, it was enough. And she also had traffic problems in that start. Also, when you do see that she got beat 5.5 lengths in the February 1st race, that allowance, take in mind, not only was it an allowance, but she had a bad start from the gate that afternoon. She went up when the doors popped open, and you were in that race with some Chad Brown runners who ran 1-2, Accent and Lying by Omission. Accent actually is undefeated now in 3 starts. She went on to win an optional 32 out of that race. And the beaten links in the end are what matter. It was just 5.5. So again, Bonita Breeze, she looks tough in here with Ferrer aboard. I'm going to then go to the 1. I do respect Dynamic Actress, but again, I do wonder if she gets a little cooked on the front end. And the 1, by comparison, that is Ms. Brightside in for the Spieths, making a second off the layoff. I think obviously she needed one off the bench there. She was in that 25 starter allowance on February 25th. She ended up finishing 7th, beating 4 3/4 lengths that afternoon, but she had not run since October, and that is when she won a 25 N2L at Santa Anita, going 9 furlongs. And also do take in mind that earlier in 2025, she was running really well against some optional company out there in California. So going to give her another try in here, see if she can at least get herself a piece. I'm going to go 5, 1, 3 in race 5, and your late pick 5 starts now.
The horse is onto the track, post parading for today's fifth race, a $25,000 starter optional claiming event. For fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up on the turf course. At a mile, the turf firm, Tommy's turf rail at 22 feet. Scratch the 4. Number 4 is scratched. A field of 7 set to go here. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5, a pick 3. We start the lead pick 5. Post time for the 5th in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way out of the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate, the late pick 5 in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th. Started at late pick 5. Field 7 here on turf at a mile. Your post time favored right now 9-5 on the number 3 Dynamic Actress, 2-1 on the 7 Kindred Hearts. Then it's 7-2 on the number 5. That's Bonita Breeze. Still thinking of you. It looks like it's going to be the first one to load in. The jockey Daniel Centeno out of the saddle for this horse to load. Still thinking of you going up. And in. Here's Miss Brightside to the inside gate. Scott Spieth for Aldana Spieth. Mrs. Katz to gate 2. Sonny Leone for Derek Ryan. Derek has a couple in here. He also saddles Still Thinking of You on the outside. Here's Dynamic Actress, 2-1 co-favorite along with the 7 Kindred Hearts, who will be the last horse to load in. Here's Bonita Breeze, those bright orange colors. The final two, 3 times, and Kindred Hearts will be all set for a start. The late pick 5. Here's Kindred Hearts, Sammy Camacho for Greg Sacco to gate 7. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Dynamic Actress away in good order with Mrs. Katz. Right to that outside comes 3 times. Those are the top 3 as they come into the stretch early on. It's a length and a half more back to Still Thinking of You. Then comes Miss Brightside, who's away in the 5th spot. After that, Kindred Hearts, the early trailer Bonita Breeze. As they go to the first turn, and it's Dynamic Actress in command. Samuel Marina, Dynamic Actress, floats a path or so wide, but a length in front of 3 times. Mrs. Katz to the inside, bottled up 3rd. After that comes Still Thinking of You. Miss Brightside came away from the gate. She's doing just fine. She's 5th early on, about 5 off the top. Right to her outside comes Kindred Hearts, and it's 3 more back to Bonita Breeze. So they start that backstretch run after a 23.26 second opening quarter mile, and it's Dynamic Actress in front. Dynamic Actress by a neck. 3 times, providing a little bit of pressure now in that 2nd spot. Then comes Still Thinking of You. Down at the fence, Mrs. Katz. Moving up a touch is Kindred Hearts, who's up to 5th within 2.5, 3 of the lead. Miss Brightside's back 2nd last, and Bonita Breeze is the trailer. But they're a compact group of 7 now. Just 4.5 or 5 lengths cover the group with 3 furlongs to go. 47.62 seconds. Dynamic Actress still just a half length in front. Still Thinking of You dials up the pressure on the outside. 3 times the first one to back out of it, passed by Mrs. Katz. Miss Brightside moves up to the outside to take over 4th. Dynamic Actress Still Thinking of You. These two into the stretch. Miss Brightside looms up on the extreme outside. Mrs. Katz trying to run on with her. Bonita Breeze is trying to run on from the back, stays toward the fence. Still Thinking of You. Dynamic Actress, these two at the 16th pole. Mrs. Katz, Miss Brightside right down the far outside. It's Still Thinking of You in front. Still Thinking of You an upset chance. Still Thinking of You a winner. Miss Brightside looked to get up for 2nd. Mrs. Katz, Dynamic Actress, photoed 3rd and 4th. Eight in a photo. 15-1 winner to kick off the late pick 5. Eight, 1, 2, 3, and 7. 8, 1, 2, 3, 7, the unofficial order. Results are official. $32.80 on the win for Still Thinking of You. Still Thinking of You to the winner's circle. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Daredevil out of Courage is a Majority. Bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Richard Scheibel. Richard Scheibel, the winning owner. Derek Ryan, the winning trainer. Daniel Centeno aboard for the winning ride. Still Thinking of You, 15-1. Start the late pick 5 and finish off the early pick 4 and pick 5. The exact 8-1 and even $90. Trifecta $310.05. Dime Super $209.62. The Daily Double $192.80. Pick 3 $342.45. The early pick 4 $2,806.55. The early pick 5 $9,282.10. The high 5 was hit for $5,158.40. Today's 6 races in 23 minutes. An $8,000 claiming event at a mile and a 16th. We'll start the late pick 4. Field of 12 set to go here. Jockey change on the 7 Vino Coraggio. Make the rider Gadiel Martinez. Corrected weight 118 pounds. Gadiel Martinez and 118 on the 7. Numbers 6 and 8 are plus 2 pounds. Post time for the 6, 23 minutes away.
Race 6 kicks off the late pick fourth, an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They'll be going a mile and 16th on the main track. The number 10, Via della Spiga, in here for Kevin Rice, was beaten 13 1/4 lengths last out, but that was in an optional 16 N1X in with the likes of Swaggish, 12 Treasures, and Uranium. For further context, the 4th place runner was Painter's Prodigy, who next put up a 78 Beyer figure, running 6th in the Grade 3 Challenger Stakes. Start prior to that, this boy had gotten beaten just a length in an 8 N3L, but he couldn't get to Final Drama, who went on to get beat just 2 1/4 lengths in an Open 10 claimer, put up a 70 Beyer figure doing it. Behind Via della Spiga, there were some next out winners, most notably Artwell, who he finished 4 lengths the better than, and Artwell, he next put up a 72 Beyer figure, beating If I Were You by 2 3/4 lengths on February 28th. The 6th, Tigre, in for Tim Ham. He won a 16 N2L here in a race that was meant for the turf. This was back on January 16th. Despite it being a surface switch situation, the final time it was solid for the level, and he'd run well on dirt before. I mean, he'd been in with the likes of Back 'em Up, going just 7 furlongs at Gulfstream over the fall, and I know he was a well-beaten second, but still second. And over a next out winner to the east side, who next ran 4th, Tamish, in a 25 beaten claimer, and then 3rd beaten 2 in an optional 20 starter 12, figures of 76 and 78 respectively. Tigre, by the way, also stakes placed on dirt. He was second in the In Reality, and that was back in 2022, but it's still worthy of noting for the dirt record, right? Last 2 starts have been on the turf against 16 non-winners of 3. Good company, so I do think the class relief is going to be felt big time by this boy, and he could well justify the morning line favoritism. If I Were You is in post 1 today. He's been super consistent here with a win and 3 runner-up finishes here in 4 starts. He actually finished the better of the aforementioned Final Drama on January 10th. Final Drama, he was 4th that afternoon, and in 3rd was Stone Cold Flex, who beat If I Were You on Valentine's Day, and he then won a 10-claimer out of that race, put up a 78 Beyer figure. So yeah, again, a horse who's been keeping good company and fits. So I am going to go 10-6-1 in race 6, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
The horses onto the track post-sprinting for today's sixth race. Started a late pick four. An $8,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Field of 12 set to go here. Jockey change on the 7 Vino Coraggio. Make the rider Gadiel Martinez, 118 pounds to be carried. Number 6 is +2. Number 8 is +2 as well. Race 6 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5. We start at pick 3. We start the late pick 4. Post time for the 6th in 7 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, the late pick four is in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's sixth race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's sixth, starting a late pick four. Full field of 12 here at a mile and a 16th. Your 2-1 favorite, co-favorites actually. Number 1, If I Were You, and number 6, Tigre. Tigre now dips down to 8-5 as soon as I said that. Here's 99-1 shot. Garincha to gate 2. Newplex moving forward. Here's Awesome Entry out to gate 9. 79-1 price. Big prices in here as those top two taking much of the dough. 9-2 third choice. Number 10, Via della Spiga has now gone up. Here's Newplex to gate 3. Centerfold Guy to gate 11. Here's Devilish Desire, Skylar Spanabel aboard. The final three going to be Internal Capital, Tigre, and Z-Fire will be all set for a start. Today's late pick four. Here's Tigre in the Maiden Bay Racing orange colors. And Z-Fire, Scott Becker and Samuel Marin teaming up with the outside runner Z-Fire right now. 9-1, your fourth choice. Tigre's got in. Here's Z-Fire. There's 12 of them set to roll. They're in the gate. Newplex acting up in gate 3. That caused a bit of a chain reaction there amongst the other rivals. Once again, all set. Acting up now is Lake Chapala at gate 8. And the race is on. Good start in the center for Devilish Desires out quickly. Newplex is close up. Via della Spiga right there in that second flight with centerfold guy Tigre. Also moving up between runners, getting a little bit closer as they run to that first turn. It's Newplex just in front of Tigre in the orange colors up to challenge from second. Then comes Devilish Desire, who's down to that one's inside third. Centerfold guy is out fourth. It's another length then, back to Via della Spiga. Moving to that one's inside Z-Fire from the outside draw, got all the way over to the rail. If I Were You is back mid-pack, racing in about 8th. It's another half length to Internal Capital. After that comes Lake Chapala. It's another 2 back to Awesome Entry. And Garincha and the early trailer Vino Coraggio is up front. It's Newplex, who has them stretched out here over about 15 lengths. 23.08 seconds, the opening quarter mile. Newplex in front by almost 2 to Tigre. In hand in the second position. Devilish Desire, centerfold guy there, third and fourth. Then comes Z-Fire. Via della Spiga is going to be 4 deep as they go to the turn. Internal Capital, the grace to that one's outside, running in 7th. If I Were You, starting to creep into contention, is 8th toward the inside. 2 more then back to Awesome Entry. Vino Coraggio's getting going from the back. 47.12 seconds, the opening half-mile time. It's Nuplex who's led throughout, but Tigre poised and ready to pounce on the outside. Two more back to centerfold Guy and Z Fire. If I Were You still in behind, horses in traffic as Nuplex kicks for home. Nuplex with something left here. Tigre now a length back in second. Then comes centerfold Guy. In behind that comes Z Fire, trying to wheel to the outside. Via della Spiga. Vino Coraggio's made up ground, but still has a ways to come. Nuplex in front by 2.5 lengths. Tigre still chasing from second. There's a wall of horses in behind. Awesome Entry down the outside. Z-Fire amongst the rest. Nuplex is still there. Nuplex, here's Awesome Entry on the outside. Nuplex, Awesome Entry, surging Nuplex. Held on. Awesome Entry was second. Z-Fire third. Multiple horse photo for fourth. .23 seconds, 3:9:12. 12-1 winner, and looks like 90-1 second, 99-1 second. And Z-Fire at 6-1 was third. Photo for the fourth, fifth, and sixth place runners. Three, 9, 12, 10, and 1. 3, 9, 12, 10, and 1. The unofficial order, 145.23 the final time. Couple of prices to start out this late pick 5. This one 12-1 winner on Nuplex right at that morning line. Makes it 2 wins in a row for Nuplex, both in gate to wire fashion, both here on the main track at Tampa Bay Downs. Nuplex, a 4-year-old bay colt by complexity out of New Circle, was bred in Kentucky by Indian Creek. Luis Fernando Gonzalez, the winning owner, and trainer Joseph Trejos aboard for the winning ride. Nuplex, 12-1 winner, today's 6th. Results are official, 26.60 on the win for Nuplex. The exact of $403.20, trifecta $3,469.70. The 10-cent super, $4,017.72. Daily double, $258.30. The pick 3, $792.85. That middle pick 4, $8,061.75. Nobody had the super high 5, so we're going to carry over $2,791 into the upcoming 7th race. We're back on the turf course here. Race 7, a field of 10 set to go. Scratch numbers 5, 6, or 4, 5 rather, 4, 5, 13, and 14. 4, 5, 13, and 14 are scratched. The 11 and 12 remain in and will run. Post time coming up for today's 7th in 22 minutes. We did have a claim there. Number 6, Tigre, was claimed, and a four-way shake goes to owner David Wolf and Anthony Reaney. Anthony Reaney, new trainer.
Race 7's a main 16 for 3-year-old filly set at a mile on the turf. The number 8, More Vino Rosso, in for Kathleen O'Connell. One turf start. It was 2 back. She finished 6th, beating 5.5 lengths in a main 25 going a mile here. It was a really good field. Of the 8 to run back, 4 were next out winners. 2 others ran second in their subsequent starts. The winner, Duquesa, she next won an optional starter 32. Now, Morvino Rosso, she was one of the horses to run second next out. That was an off-the-turf main 16 here on February 28th, going a mile in the 16th with the ground listed as good. I think back on grass, along with the class relief, she could win here for Kathleen O'Connell. The number 11, Volamo, trained by Sacco, 2 starts, both at 5 furlongs. She debuted on the turf, closed over a main 25 field on good ground at the Meadowlands, finished 4th, being 2 3/4 lengths, and after a bad start and traffic trouble. That was back in September. She came back in March, ran 7th. It was on the synthetic at Gulfstream against another main 25 field, while also first-time Lasix. I think a stretch out on grass could be welcome while dropping in class. Her mom, Mo Promise, was best on turf. And then the 3, that is Annie Way. She's making start 2 off the claim for Jan Arnett, and the 3rd of her career. In the first, she overcame stumbling at the start of a main 16 to roll up from double-digit lengths back to finish 5th, beating 5 3/4 lengths as the post-time favorite. She basically gave the field a big head start, so it was super impressive to see her rally like that. Start 2, she actually prevailed over another main 16 field. She started from the rail, but was still way back off the pace, rallied again, but there was some bumping, and therefore, despite her getting the nose up on the wire, she was disqualified. So consider this the do-over. I would also say the number 6, just to make a mention of, Miami Style, who also exits that race. She was 3rd, beating 12. She should get the benefit of the doubt. Yes, I know she disappointed as the post-time favorite that afternoon because she was dropping in class. And the last time she'd run on the turf, she got beat 3 1/4 lengths at Gulfstream in a main 35, but she was wide into the first turn, got bumped between horses going around it. I think that did play a role in her ultimate performance. She did rush up outside another filly as they entered the turn for home, and then she just didn't have the easiest time picking a lane and stretch. So again, I do think she should be respected. Gonna go 8, 11, 3, but I would also use the 6 here in race 7.
On to the track post parading for today's 7th race. A mile turf event over the firm Tampa turf. The rails set at 22 feet. Scratch 4, 5, 13, and 14. 4, 5, 13, and 14 are all scratched. The 11 and 12 do run, so we'll have that full field of 10. Race 7 is a $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at that 1 mile distance. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $2,791. Post time for the late pick 3, race 7 in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horses making their way out of the turf course and approaching the starting gate. 2 minutes to race 7. Approaching the starting gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th, ready to start that late pick 3. Field of 10 on turf here. Your 6-5 favorite, number 3, Anyway. Samuel Marin teaming up with Jan Arnett here. Dorby's Girl going to be the first to move in. More Vino Rosa going to move up to gate 8. Right now, 5-2 second choice is More Vino Rosa. Here's Tap Tap Coco to gate 2. Kiss Me for Luck out to the 9th stall in the house turquoise colors for gate 9. Here's the big favorite Anyway to gate 3. 6-5, holding strong at favoritism. 5-2 on the 8. And it's out to 5-1 on the number 6, Miami Style, your third choice. Here's Miami Style coming up. Cat's Gone Stray to gate 10 for owner-trainer Mike Deeney. First-time starter Sandy J to the 7th stall. As Velamo has gone in, Melody Factor is going to be the final one to join. We'll be all set for a start here. Today's late pick 3. Been a couple upsets to start the late pick 5 thus far. Good luck to players still live in that sequence. As Melody Factor joins the line, they're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for the favorite Anyway, who broke well from the outside, though. Cat's Gone Stray wants the lead. It's going to be Charlie Marquez and Cat's Gone Stray suddenly 2.5 in front of Anyway in second. Tap Tap Coco is third. Kiss Me for Luck in the turquoise colors, moving up from 4th. Going to be 3 deep, though, as they go into that first turn. Miami Style tucks in behind runners from 5th. Then comes a More Vino Rosa. 6th to that one's inside. Melody Factor 7th. So then a gap of 3 more back to Dorby's Girl. Velamo second last, and the first-time starter, Sandy J, is the Trailers. They're 10th and last, and about 10 off the lead as they go up to the backstretch run. And on the outside, taking the initiative, Kiss Me for Luck up to grab the lead. From Cat's Gone Stray, who's now back second. Anyway, the favorite in hand third. It's a length more to Tap Tap Coco. More Vino Rosa looks for a split in the 2 path there. As meanwhile, out wide, Melody Factors in that next flight. Right in between horses, Miami Style. Black colors in and amongst runners. Diorby's Girl and Velamo. They're taking much closer order. In fact, the whole pack only covered by about 7 or 8 lengths as they run to the far turn. 48.92 seconds, so they really did slow it down that second fraction there as Cat's Gone Stray back up alongside with Kiss Me for Luck. Meanwhile, Annie's Way is right there between them, getting closer now. And here's the favorite Annie's Way with a quick move. Annie Way right up to grab the lead, away from Kiss Me for Luck, who tries to stick with that rival. 2 more back to Miami Style, who's up to a clear third. The early front runners have started to vanquish as they come into the top of the lane. Annie Way in front. Miami Style going to come off the rail to the 2 path. Meanwhile, Kiss Me for Luck is still there, now back third. 2 more to Morvino Rosso. Final 1/8 of a mile to go. Annie Way still a length and a half in front of Miami Style. Kiss Me for Luck. Miami Style trying to get to Annie Way. Annie Way still in front. Annie Way is home. Miami Style was second. Big late run from Sandy J, the first timer, to get up into a photo with Kiss Me for Luck for third. Fifth was Morvino Rosso. Three, 6, 7, 9, and 8. Even money favorite Annie Way, the winner. 138.65 the final time. Annie Way, your official winner, returns 420 for the win. Three-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Caravaggio out of Susie B. Was bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm, rather. Charles Nielsen, the winning owner. Jan Arnett, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride. Annie Way, the favorite, holds on to win today's 7th race. The exacta 780, trifecta 6180, the dime super $107.21. Daily double, pair of threes, $39.50. Pick three, $242.35. The high five, $10,849.50. Today's 8th race is up next. Allowance optional claiming event coming up at 1 mile and 40 yards. Scratch the 7. Number 7 is scratched. Numbers 3 and 4 plus 1 pound. Post time for today's 8th race. The late daily doubles in 24 minutes at 4:23 p.m. We had a two-way shake for the number 3 who was claimed. Goes to owner trainer Kerry Raven.
Race 8 is for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won a race other than maiden claiming or starter, or which have never won 2 races, or an optional claiming price of $16,000. They'll be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 5, Shangri-La Road, in here for Brad Cox, has not run since the summer, but he did run well enough at first asking back in March of last year to run second in a main special weight at Gulfstream Park. I know he was beaten 9 1/4 lengths, but he still put up a 74 buyer figure, and he was running second to Disruptor, who recently won our Grade 3 Challenger Stakes. Now this boy, he was a next out winner. It was going 2 turns for the first time at Keeneland, where he took a main special weight field on the front end. Really good group with 9 of the horses to run back, doing so in the money. 4 of them were next out winners. Now Shangri-La Road, he then got beat in 2 optional 125 stars at Churchill. One of those was won by a horse named Hypnus, who's run in the money in 2 stakes races since then. And then the last start, he stumbled out of the gate, still ended up with an 80 buyer for that 6th place finish. And every horse to run back from that race, except one, ran in the money next out. The winner was So Sandy, who next got beat just ahead by Chancellor McPatrick in the Curlin Stakes, and then he ran 4th in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby to Baeza. The runner-up was Excite. He next got the Shodo in the St. Louis Derby, won by Disco Time. The aforementioned Hypnus was 2nd. In the 3rd place, Fountain Lake. He was the horse that I mentioned that was the only one to not run in the mighty next out. He was 5th in the Curlin, but then he did get beat just a length and a half in the Super Derby. So you get the idea. In the Cox Barn, it comes ready, okay? So you would expect this boy to justify the favoritism. The number 6 is Capitan Danny. He is also coming in with some impressive company lines. He made his Tampa debut back in January. He had some ground loss that afternoon, ran 2nd as the post-time favorite. He was in that race off a 4th place finish in an optional 25 N1X, which was also a long layoff going the 1-turn mile, and that was won by Accelerize. Accelerize had actually won his debut right here at Tampa, where he put up a 92 buyer figure, scoring by 7 3/4 lengths, and he exited that December 14th win at Gulfstream to take the Grade 3 Louisiana Stakes, and then he got beat just ahead by 2025's Dubai World Cup winner Hit Show in the Grade 3 Mineshaft. So yeah, Capitan Danny, he has had some very impressive company kept. I respect him. And I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 1, Uranium. He's gotten the Shodo the last 2 starts. He came from well out of it in the February 21st race to finish just 2.5 off 12 Treasures in 2nd, who I think might get hooked and cooked a bit in this race. Uranium had gotten beaten just a length and a half to start prior, going a mile and a 16th, which also makes me think that part of the problem last out was at the mile 40 distance with the wider draw. He tucked back early, and then you had 12 Treasures way out there on the lead flying. He did make a move, it just wasn't enough. So I do think with this draw, he just lets the speed go, saves ground before making his bid. Gonna go 5, 6, 1 in race 8.
The horses on the track post printing for today's 8th race, an allowance optional claiming event. 16,000 the optional tag for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1.40 miles over that fast main track. Field of 6 set to go here. Scratch the 7. Number 7 is scratched. Numbers 3 and 4, both plus 1 pound. Race 8 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. No super high 5 with the scratch. Post time for the 8th race in 7 minutes. 7 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, the late daily doubles in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race. The late double starts here. Field 6 at the mile and 40-yard marker. Your 3-2 favorite, number 5, Shangri-La Road. 5-2, Capitan Danny, and 7-2, 12 Treasures. Those are your top 3 in the wagering. Here is 12 Treasures moving up. The colors of owner Paula Capestro. Painter's Prodigy, Kleiner Mejias. Coming out of the Challenger Stakes last out. Here's Embrace My Uncle, Cipriano Gil for Mike Simone. The favorite, Shangri-La Road, Sammy Camacho for Brad Cox. Your 6-5 favorite now. The final one to join, Capitan Danny, Samuel Marin, as we zoom in on that starting gate here for the 8th race. Capitan Danny, Samuel Marin goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Shangri-La Road hesitated just to touch the start, came away last. Uranium, 12 Treasures, those 2 inside runners out quickly. 12 Treasures veers out just a touch, but now working back over and working over in front as they go into that turn. In between horses, Painter's Prodigy is now up to the 2nd position. Down along the fence, Uranium is 3rd. Length more back to Capitan Danny and Shangri-La Road. They're 4th and 5th. The trailer, Embrace My Uncle, as 12 Treasures makes the front. Sonny Leone and 12 Treasures trying to slow him down now, length and 3/4 in front after a 23.42 second opening quarter mile. So they begin their backstretch run with 12 Treasures a length and a tail now to the good. Painter's Prodigy chases from second. 3 more back to Capitan Danny. Uranium's toward the inside. It's another length and a half back to Shangri-La Road, is about 8 lengths behind this leader up top. Embrace My Uncle's a length behind that runner. So they have a half mile left to go. 12 Treasures, Painter's Prodigy coming up with an early move here. And Painter's Prodigy, Kleiner Mejias sending that horse up to the lead. 12 Treasures, Sonny Leone just took a look over and now going to have to sit back in second. Meanwhile, it's 2.5 more to Capitan Danny, who comes into the race nicely from third. 2.5 more to Embrace My Uncle. Shangri-La Road is toward the back, is fifth, still about 7 behind and is wide. Uranium's the trailer. Painter's Prodigy made that early bid after the lead. Now 12 Treasures trying to re-engage with Capitan Danny out 3 deep. Just in behind them, Embrace My Uncle. Shangri-La Road's within 4 of the lead as they come around to the top of the lane. 12 Treasures, Capitan Danny, Embrace My Uncle right down the far outside looms a shot. And they come past the 8th pole and Embrace My Uncle grabs the lead from Capitan Danny. 12 Treasures and Uranium up the inside. Embrace My Uncle, Cipriano Gill. Embrace My Uncle, a 9-2 winner by 2.5. Second was Capitan Danny. Third got close there between Uranium and 12 Treasures. (139.07 seconds). No need for a slow-mo on that win photo. We do need one for third, though. 1 ball. Four, 6, 1, 2, 3. 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, the unofficial order. Results are official. Embrace My Uncle, official winner of today's 8th race, $11 for the win. Embrace My Uncle, a 9-year-old dark Bear Brown gelding by Shanghai Bobby out of Midnight Embrace, was bred in Ontario by Yvonne Schwab Thoroughbreds. Painter Pop Racing, the winning owners. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. Cipriano Gill aboard for the winning ride. 11th career win for Embrace My Uncle. Prices on the board. The exacta $16.90. Trifecta $70.75. The dime super $30.97. Daily double $14.70. The pick 3 $86.75. Ninth and final race, just 29 short minutes away at 5 o'clock sharp. We'll close out the card at a mile and a 16th on the turf course. Turf is firm, the rail at 22 feet. No scratches or changes in the finale. Field of 9 set to go. Post time coming up in 29 minutes.
Race 9 is for 3-year-olds, which is start for a claiming price of $32,000 or less, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They'll be going a mile on the 16th on the turf. The number 5, Vino Solo. This one has won the first 2 starts of his career, the second over Nick's Honor and Distinct at this level. They then stepped him up against Stakes Company in our Columbia Stakes, and he was outmatched. Finished 6th, but hey, again, it was Stakes Company, and he was cutting back to a mile again. The ground was listed as good. The winner was LP Land. And he was the favorite for really good reason. He'd won the Dania Beach, he'd run 3rd in the Kitten's Joy, and he's now put up figures in the mid-80s in 3 consecutive starts. So very tough company. Vino, again, might have been off the board, but he did put up a career best figure that day. So I do think back against optional company, he looks game to make that stretch bid. The number 9, Empire of Glory. He actually ran 4th in the January 14th start, won by Vino Solo. He was making a first start back since being pulled out of an optional 75 here back in December. He switched barns last out to Arnaud Delacour, and he got beat just ahead in an optional start at 35, going a mile at Gulfstream by a horse named Chicken Dance. So I think back to Tampa, making a second start for Delacour. He cannot be ignored, especially with Marin up. And I'm going to complete the top 3 with the number 1. And I just think he could be a player here, second off the layoff, and if the other speed in here hooks. This boy made a first off a layoff going back to October when trying turf for the first time against a Florida-bred allowance field at Gulfstream. The runner-up in that race was My Favorite Bird, who had beaten Chicken Dance in an optional start at 35 there. And the 3rd place runner, that was Bronze Bullet, also trained by D'Angelo. That boy had won the Pulpit off the turf and on the synthetic edition of it, but still. And then he got beat just a length and 3/4 in an optional 75 at Gulfstream ahead of that Shoto performance on March 6th. So you get the idea. That was a tough group. And yes, he was beaten 8 1/4 lengths. But again, he hadn't run in a long time, and that was the first try on turf and first going 2 turns. So we'll see if he's got the fitness worked in here for this next try. You got Camacho aboard. Gonna go 5, 9, 1 in race 9, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
On to the track post parading for today's ninth and final race as we get set to close out day number 65 of the season. Field of 9 set to go here at a mile and a 16th on the turf. The turf firm, Tommy's Turf Rail at 22 feet. It's a race for 3-year-olds. No scratches or changes here in this field of 9. Race 9 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. Post time for the ninth and final in 9 minutes. Five minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses making their way onto the turf course and approaching the starting gate. Post time in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's ninth and final as we get set to close out day number 65 of the season. Right back at it tomorrow for a Saturday card. Racing Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays here at Tampa Bay Downs as we lead up to May 3rd, our closing day this year. Field of 9 here in the nightcap. Your 6-5 favorite, number 5, Vino Solo. Ubardo Cacique for Mario Lopez. Here's Nick's Honor. Live stream going up. Here's Gideon, the red colors, to gate 3. Megacles going up. Final 3 going to be Distinct, Perfect Gamble, and Empire of Glory will be all set for a start. Here's Perfect Gamble, 49 to 1, now 50 to 1. Perfect Gamble goes in. The final one to join, Empire of Glory, Samuel Marin for Arnaud Delacour. Ready to close the show here on a Friday. They're in the gate. Live stream is acting up there at gate 2. It's quite rambunctious. Settles down now. And the race is on. Distinct broke inward at the start. Good start for Nick's Honor, who heads right to the front. Megacles from the outside going quickly with that one. As things got real tight for Gideon down there as Distinct worked over. Gideon had to tap on the brakes pretty strongly there coming out of the chute. So it's Nick's Honor and Megacles. They're 1-2. Distinct tugging up on the outside all the way up to challenge, much to the resistance of Daniel Centeno. 3 more then back to Empire of Glory, who sits a nice lone wolf trip in 4th. It's a break of 3 more back to Gideon after that early trouble. As still a handful up front there is Distinct in 3rd. Right to the outside of Gideon, it goes Perfect Gamble. It's 2.5 more back to Micanopy and live stream. The trailer is the favorite, Vino Solo, who's at the back. And about 10 or 11 off the lead as they wheel out of the back stretch. And Centeno can hold on to Distinct no more. Distinct all the way up to grab the lead now from Nick's Honor in 2nd. 2.5, 3 more back to Megacles in 3rd. After that comes Empire of Glory, who's had a very nice trip thus far. Moves through on the inside of Megacles. 5 more then back to Gideon. Perfect Gamble. Vino Solo's going to have to make up about 12 in the final 3.5 furlongs. Distinct, the leader to the far turn, 46.39 seconds. Distinct just in front of Nick's Honor. Empire of Glory continues to travel well, but might need a seam here as they wind around that far turn. 2 more back to Megacles in 4th. Another 2.5 to Perfect Gamble and Gideon. Vino Solo still 9 or 10 off the lead. Distinct, Nick's Honor. Empire of Glory just waiting in the wings. Has a seam at the rail now. Here comes Empire of Glory trying to come through after the lead. They come around to the top of the lane. Nick's Honor corners wide. Empire of Glory toward the inside. They're suddenly 3 in front of Megacles. Live stream from out of the pack, trying to run on for a minor award with Vino Solo, but Empire of Glory on the inside of Nick's Honor. These two to the 16th pole. It's Empire of Glory and Samuel Marin in front. Nick's Honor 2nd. Empire of Glory looked a winner throughout, won it by a length and 3/4 in the end. 2nd was Nick's Honor, 3rd Megacles, 4th was a photo there between live stream Vino Solo and late going Micanopy. Nine, 6, 7, and a photo. 9, 6, 7, and a photo. Nine, 6, 7, 5, and 2. 9, 6, 7, 5, 2, the unofficial order. 142.57 the final time. Empire of Glory into the winner's circle. 3-year-old bay gelding by Classic Empire out of Glorify. Bred in Florida by Francis and Barbara Van Langendonk. Marcano Racing, the winning owners. Arno Delacour, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride as Empire of Glory up the inside to win today's 9th and final. Another big day for Samuel Moran as he scores here on Empire of Glory. Results are official. $7.60, a $2 win ticket on the number 9, Empire of Glory. Super high 5 was hit for $4,304.50. Late pick 5, $7,596.65. The exacta $33.70, trifecta $120.15. 10-cent super $81.64. The daily double $25.20. Pick 3, $46.90. Late pick 4, $519.80. In the ultimate 6, 5 out of 6 get you $841.94. The carryover in the jackpot now $75,568 to tomorrow's card. Folks, that does wrap up the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Friday. Hope you'll make plans to join us when live racing returns tomorrow, a Saturday card. Simulcasting does continue downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the 3rd floor of our facility. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow for a Saturday of racing action. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, a safe drive home. We'll see you back for a Saturday. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.